Hello everyone, and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Vibab, hello Vineet, hello Joshua, hello Wayne. Thank you Vineet. Divine 5. Yeah, thanks. Welcome everyone, welcome. Oh, you see the Lena match, Dia. Yep. This is Franz, and one of these is Drew. I don't know which one. Thanks, Amar. I'll try my best. Hi, Pradetta. Yeah, look at this. We came back from this. Yeah, no, we actually had a support Viper, that's right. Actually, it'd be interesting to study how he played. Corrosive skin, poison attack, poison attack. Mech, Yule's Veil, interesting. I actually heard that it's a new meta. Support Viper.
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Yo, JT. Hey, didn't you want some PL? A little bit late for me to pick PL at this point, though. Unless I just steal one of the rolls. Maybe I can roll anti-mage for it. Let's see if he's willing to play ball. 36!
Your pick now. Meepo.
Oh, he disconnected.
Quick, huh? Nobody move. Your pick. This is where you win.
Yo, maybe we sneak in that PL game. You'll be here all day, you say? I'm gonna be streaming for the next 5 hours. You gonna be here in 5 hours, GT? There is a chance that we can play PL. Hopefully they don't pick any counters like Axe.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Sound effects work?
Yeah, who am I kidding? Okay, your
Yeah,
pick
let
now.
me try it again.
You know what to do.
Motherfucker, this guy doesn't give a shit, dude. Oh boy. And I should play Bloodseeker with and start with Quelling Blade. Throw this game. There you go. Well, let's see how throwy their picks are. If their picks are really throwy, I'm gonna throw by playing PL. Vineet, get the rumble ready. 13 matches? What the fuck? Maybe. Oh man. Oh, they have like a serious lineup, dude. I can't throw by picking PL now. Oh god.
10 seconds.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Alright, let's play some Rubik. Rubik for you, Vineet! You're welcome. It's a lot of games. Jeez. Guys, I'm gonna hit 5,000 wins soon.
Grand. Excellent idea.
The 4 mango strategy, huh? You're not Vineet.
Indeed.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
Oh, that's Vineet. Okay, carry on then.
Absolutely.
Ah, you're a Lulu and you're Vineet. Ah, I see.
With pleasure.
I see. I see what's going on here.
Curious. Seconds to battle.
Hero damage reduction
I love watching
20,
the
dude. It's
spear
huge.
go around out there.
Alright, what do we want to steal this game? We want to steal Hook. Where's the courier? Yes.
Interesting. I understand. Pay attention now. The battle starts. What a test this shall be.
You don't have
Can you do something, bud?
Such first blood!
straight to the bottom with you.
Alright, bud. Oh, first skill Shadow Raise.
Yes.
It's new meta. You win lane by spamming mangoes. Holy shit.
Absolutely.
Holy shit, he did it.
Yes.
How did Zeus get the kill?
What's over there? What's over there?
Can I pull?
I see. With pleasure.
Yeah, fuck you, Pudge, you fucking fat shit. Yeah. Was it worth? Was it worth? Look, you're almost dead, bro. You're almost dead.
Attack. I'm under attack. With pleasure. If it pleases me.
You fat shit.
Curious. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
Get on him. Get on him.
Apply yourself.
Apply
Over
yourself.
there.
Uh-oh, Shadowfiend dead.
There. I understand. Such.
What the fuck, anti-mage?
Excellent idea.
Hopefully this is not 6.
お前は
That's true,
も
look
う
at that
死ん
shit.
でいる。何？
Fairy Fire, motherfucker. Dude, Fairy Fire is just so deadly.
With pleasure.
Hello, Nicholas.
You can next him, maybe? I think you can kill him, maybe, yeah. Never mind. We can fight. They're weak, they're weak.
You can do it!
Indeed.
Hit him? Hit him.
Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. With pleasure. Face the weakest. That
Huh?
should help.
You get one of them, I get the other one.
What's over there? I see. What's over there?
I thought I was supposed to lift him back.
Excellent.
Press Q
idea.
twice, don't you? Look at this asshole just running at me. You have a problem with me, bud? You got a problem?
With pleasure. Absolutely. Very good.
Keep pushing, just push.
Sorcery. I understand. Still a Vegas. Yet now, much yes.
Pudge is gonna be running at you. I'm here.
Curious.
Oh boy.
Such fascinating images.
What the?
I agree.
Someone help Shadowfiend.
Yes.
Oh boy. I'm dead too.
Double kill.
Torbre, they'll butcher it. Torbre,
Buy some TPs, guys.
If you find the bounty, you can next him and he dies.
Your mid tower could talk. It'd be.
Hi, Kenneth. Hi, Strudel.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
What the fuck?
Curious. Interesting. Very good. I agree.
Hey, the enemy top tower's gone. You done good.
Indeed. Such fascinating energy.
Well, I right clicked him earlier and he still has clarity? He's got a Vanguard. I don't think we can kill him.
Indeed. Absolutely.
Killing spree.
Yes.
Ah, fucking hell.
As it pleases me.
Dominating.
They're still running around?
With pleasure. I see.
Where'd that bounty hunter go?
Absolutely. Excellent idea. With pleasure.
Can you dragon? Oh, you're too far.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Eat that.
Dominate.
Tis mine. Bounty.
As it pleases. With pleasure. Excellent idea.
The axe is fucking unkillable. Didn't Crimson Guard right away.
I understand. Yes. With pleasure.
Hi, David. Hi, Ashley.
Eat that. Absolutely. Yes. Interesting. Absolutely. Very good.
I wonder if Lena's actually gonna get mana boots or is it just gonna eat the lens?
What's over there? Oh, a challenge. Interesting.
Oh shit. I'm dead. Oh, he got away though, so. This doesn't have much mana though.
What's over
We need Shadow Fiend.
Up and down. This.
What the fuck? I missed! Seriously, that guy wasn't below 250?
Burns, doesn't it?
Kunkai's X.
I'm coming, friends. Wait for me.
The top tower needs some help.
What's over there?
Oh, what item should I buy?
If it pleases me.
How about a wand?
I am.
You guys are getting closer to Battle Fury.
I see. Absolutely. Interesting. What's over there? With pleasure.
I am not sure Ursa saw that. Okay, maybe he did.
Very good.
I'm fucking dead, dude.
Back so soon.
Green boots, Yules. Yeah, we'll see. Man, this bounty hunter's like a bit of a cunt. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this.
I agree. How does this one work?
That is arc lightning.
Killing spree!
Curious. Such festival.
Holy shit!
With pleasure. Absolutely. Indeed.
Hey, Leon, let's go. Let's go. Hey, that's okay. Someone has to block the hook. I gave more money than Zeus.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
The fuck? I gave more money than Zeus. The seven Rubik gave more money than the 9 Zeus.
Your
Although I
bottom
suppose Zeus is
tower
1 to
is
6.
kinda bad. Radiant
Hi,
structures
Lager.
are fortified.
I should get a point in the third skill.
Run over to your
Ah, yeah, you're right. That makes sense. Seems like a good value point.
With a few new ideas.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Interesting.
Oh, I don't need any more sentries. Fuck. I think we won this game, guys.
Excellent idea.
Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Indeed. Absolutely. What's over there?
Dire structures are fortified.
Absolutely.
You know what? Actually, both these wards give vision of the stairs. That's overkill. That's kind of bad.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Interesting.
No, use rot.
Indeed. I agree.
Does Rubik support or carry? Kenneth, looking at these items, you can't tell?
Over there.
Damn, dude. I don't know what to say.
Such fascinating
Dominate!
I see.
Shit!
There are none who cannot be limited.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Guy's putting up a barricade. Your middle tower is under attack.
You laughed so hard at what, Raj? Oh, hey, buddy. Somebody's gonna get hurt real bad.
Killing spree. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I don't know why I thought my teammates would help.
You got one less middle tower.
And why is he getting Scotty next? Suppose he wants to survive the axe. Oh, okay.
To glory.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Regeneration.
What the fuck?
Now, what did I learn from that? As it pleases me.
Killing spree.
Very good.
We're making lots of bad decisions.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Too stupid to live, too beautiful to die. Tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
What delay? Anyone getting delay?
Radiant called in the fortification.
With pleasure.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
As it pleases me.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Prepare to be tested. I'm not ready.
Top viewer count ever? 1,000 something. I don't know, man.
What's over there?
Did I get Thunder God's Wrath? Nice.
Fascinating images.
It's level 2, huh?
Absolutely.
Don't worry, boy.
Absolutely.
No, I don't want to die before I can use Thunder God's Wrath.
Very good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Your admiral is on board.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Oh, I can't cancel the attack animation. I mean, the cast animation.
Idea.
Alright, is Rubik cast instantly. Well, time to get my mana back.
Interesting. Indeed. I understand. Indeed. You will be forgotten tomorrow. What's over there? With pleasure. Absolutely. Attack.
Uh-oh. What the fuck? Even Zeus is invisible?
Yes.
Dominate, Greaves! I said good day, sir!
Oh no, my obviously put wards. The guys, do I get 60 damage? Or 200 health?
Tower is under attack.
Fuck it, let's get 60 damage.
You and a couple of friends could
I
probably
mean, what's the difference between 1,000 and 1,200 anyways?
Do it! Just
I did it. I already got it. I got 60 damage.
Dire structures are fortified.
So,
Your middle tower is under attack.
interesting.
You have a DD, we can kill him maybe.
Interesting.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic.
Oh shit.
Try me now. Absolutely.
I got him. I got him. Nice. I'm dead.
dominate!
Roshan is falling.
3008 Rosh Aegis.
Your middle tower has been denied. Enemy's bottom
Hit her,
tower's
Ken.
gone. Nice, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Well, we got like 577 damage on the tower.
This field is truly full of wonder. What's over there?
Can you put an item into an enemy's inventory? Let's say that I'm trying to steal the Aegis, right? Can I just put this Tango in their inventory? I've had that done to me before by an ally. Like we were both trying to steal the Aegis. And he put a Tango in my he put like a Tango or a Stealth Shield in my inventory. Wah wah.
Excellent idea. What's over there?
I never get de-warded here.
Pleasure.
Yeah, we'll test it in the lobby later. Am I gonna die to bounty hunter in a second?
Indeed. As it pleases me.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. I couldn't have done it better myself. Yeah, well, drop it.
Such fascinating images.
Dude, that bounty hunter's gonna one-shot me.
I understand. As it pleases me. Interesting. Indeed.
Okay, we finally have heals after 28 minutes.
I understand.
He dead. Use your Yules. I want some experience.
The top tower needs killing.
Rot? Oh, fuck.
The tower is under attack.
Over there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
With pleasure. I see. With pleasure.
Axe, axe, axe.
Left it.
Someone stand in there and get this show.
Holy fuck, he's tanky.
Absolutely.
My clarity. Motherfuckers.
Absolutely. Not.
Oh. I'm dead. I didn't think they'd still be chasing. I don't know why. $30-minute runes. Ah, yeah. This is just so poor, dude. Do I watch other Dota streams? Yes. Uh-oh, he did. Uh-oh. Oh, he's not dead.
Excellent idea.
Fresh meat.
Ah, shit! Thanks, Lemon.
Get thyself out of that. You're a trusty mate.
Wah, wah. We're gonna get 4 staff so we can not die in 2 seconds. 3 seconds instead. This guy's gonna one-shot me though. Oh.
Dire
Guys,
structures are
Aegis
fortified.
expires at 30:08. There is no Roshan.
I merely
Oh, you want the Shadow Fiend, do you?
Thing about the enemy
You want it?
tower is on the back.
what's over there? I'm under attack.
Nina dead.
With
She's dead.
pleasure.
Dead!
Absolutely. Mind the draw. Very good. I'm not ready. I understand. With pleasure.
Wait, so I put this one there. Oh, so they actually deordered this one. Okay. Interesting.
As it pleases me.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Axe is always there, dude. Dude, fucking do something! He's gonna blink away. Bounty hunter. Axe fighting the entire team. Hey! Hi, Siddhartha. Why is Axe always around me? Hold on, Gunter. Let me ask him. Hey, Axe, why are you always around me?
Stopping.
Let's see what he says.
Onto the field.
Who's Kunkka and...
Excellent idea.
Hi, Amy.
Absolutely.
Instant cast. Axe, 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 axe. Oh, come on.
What's over there?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Goodbye, sweet tower. You won't be missed.
Wah wah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Gunter, he didn't say anything.
Such fascinating.
35-minute runes.
Curious.
Tis mine.
Yes.
Oh man, you're so dead.
Fresh meat.
Oh. Oh god. I'm so fucking dead too. Lena! Lena!
Barracks has fallen.
Help you, can't help you.
Okay. It's okay, space for top range wreck. Oh, he used refresher there too. It's okay, we win this game either way. Uncoordinated pubs surprised Pikachu.
Can't wait to see. Curious. What's over there? With pleasure.
Let me use first, let me use first.
Courier has been killed. Come on.
Hi, Jason.
Over there.
I'm invisible.
Yes.
Until there's nothing left to burn.
Top tower needs some help.
No!
Double kill. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The top tower is under attack.
Fucking
This is one
Zeus.
of the things in the bag. Mega kill!
The animate's too powerful at this point. He doesn't care.
Time for an
Well, in about 50 gold, I'm gonna have 4 staff, so I'll die in 3 seconds instead of 2.
Not be discouraged.
Get out, get out, get out there!
Absolutely. Very good.
Is that Radiance recipe?
Test your...
Axe is buying Radiance.
Yes. I see.
Sell Tango? Are you kidding me? Taiyang, I got this from my grandfather, dude. He gave it to me before he passed away.
Indeed. Interesting. What's over there? Very good.
Yeah, of course I say it a lot, because it's true.
I understand.
This is my Tango. Grandfather gave it to me. Did I just see Ursa?
Yes.
Oh no, Ursa's over here.
Interesting. Indeed.
What joke? This is my grandfather's Tango.
With pleasure.
Axe body spray.
Absolutely.
Well, Sean's dead. Hey, him and that ages. And I never meant it that bad.
This will be fun.
Good thing I got that 60 damage. Easiest right clicks.
With pleasure.
Fresh mate!
Dude, that's my Nimbus. Oh, you want me, Ursa?
Bring it on. This will be fun.
The fuck? The fuck killed me, dude. You die with me! Unless Shadowfiend misses his raise. Oh, he just spot that does.
Spree! Double kill!
Kunkka looks older than Zeus. You think so? Yeah, but his like mustache, his beard is like it's only a little gray, whereas Zeus is just straight up white. I know, I know.
The enemy's top barracks is fallen.
GG guys.
The enemy's middle tower is no more. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Siddharth, didn't I say hi to you earlier? You were cantered? What does that word even mean? Yeah, let's have a look. Cantered? Canter. Move at a canter in a particular direction of a horse. Are you a horse?
Now, what did I learn from that? That should take the edge off.
Dire structures are fortified.
Damn it.
The enemy's middle barracks is fallen. You now have
Refresher Blink Dagger.
Put your back into it. This one's almost done.
Such fascinating
I'm
imagery.
gonna farm some building damage. The oldest is Ancient Apparition. Are you sure?
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. No more sanctuary here.
Fuck. I got rot, guys. Yay.
Dominate.
What the? Oh, I died, dude. I didn't even know. Wow, Sebastian, you nerd.
Mega kill.
But who is the oldest hero in Dota 2?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Jesus. What about Wraith King? Untold Years?
Screw business. It just thy sorcery fails me.
1 verse 9?
Victory!
Alright, I'm gonna commend my teammates. Io created everything? It's Zeus? He's a god? Yeah, but who created Zeus? Oh yeah, Rubik the word, bitch. Dude! Look how many wards they have! Pudge bought 2 wards. Zeus the mid player bought 2 wards. Bounty Hunter bought 1 ward. They had 5 wards the entire game. 5 observer wards the entire game. I bought 18 by myself. Those guys didn't give a fuck. Oh, okay. Should I queue 5 and 4 or just 4? Let's do 5 and 4. Still a little bit sleepy. Oracle's the oldest. Arc Warden's the oldest. Before the beginning of all, there existed a presence, a primordial mind, infinite, awesome, and set to inscrutable purpose. Oh, it might actually be Arc Warden. You guys reading this shit? Before the beginning of all, right there. It says right there. The new Void Spirit since he's existed before time. But this is before the beginning of all. I don't know, guys. Titans existed before the gods. Kronos is a Titan and Zeus' father. Kronos faces Void. Enigma. You know what, let's have a look at Enigma's biography. Nothing is known of Enigma's background. Great. So no one knows anything about him, but you think he existed before time? Icefrog's just a guy playing Warcraft 3. What are you talking about? He existed before all these characters. Which is a hero you've never played with? You know, Sharma, when you hit a mortal, you play them all. Void Spirit came? How do you figure that Enigma's the oldest? No one knows anything about him. It's like, what do we know about Enigma? Nothing. But he's the oldest, yes. How did you figure out that he was the oldest hero? Yes. What? Did you just cut your hair? Yes, I did. How about OD? Oh, let's have a look. I mean, there's a lot of theories. Oh. Quick, somebody read this. I don't know why you think OD would be the oldest man. Anyways, we've got a game. And we're either playing 5 or 4, I believe. Twisted voice from out the original darkness. Before the first light in the universe. Okay, but still. So you're implying that at the beginning of the universe there was light, right? That's what you're implying, right? But what if at the beginning of the universe there was just darkness? So your whole assumption relies on the fact that there was light even in the beginning. Am I right? Whereas Ark Warden, if you look at Ark Warden's biography, he says before the beginning of all, just straight up. Oh shit, there's too many divines in my game.
You will hold them down, you knock them out.
I'm hard support. Fuck!
5 seconds left.
Ricky Sniper Slark Band. Oh, nice. All my Divine 3. All the carry players are the lowest MMRs. Thank you, Ice Frog. Thank you.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Mid lane
I don't
Pudge.
care who my
Okay.
This is where you win or lose.
Okay. 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 See, I was in my team the other day.
Your pick now.
See, this is what I'm saying, Agent. So he was before the light. So he was in some frame of time in the darkness, right? But we don't know when during that darkness that he existed, right? It just says that. Whereas Ark Warden says before the
10
beginning of all.
seconds.
Shit, I gotta pick a hero.
5 seconds left.
Request swap roles.
This is where
Hey, you
win
fuckers
or
wanna
lose.
swap me? You fucking divine shits? Maybe Ark Warden fathered Enigma. Hey, who knew? Maybe Ark Warden fathered you. Never considered that? Hello, Seb. Hello, Yoso. Hello, Hadi. Hey, Una, say hello to your daddy. That's your daddy. You're a divine? Haha, noob. If you're divine, you're a noob. Where's my Monster Energy drink? I have no idea where it is.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
It looks like an oil can. It is an oil can. I'm drinking oil. Oh yeah!
Lion. Forward.
Q for courier pickup. Huh. When did we get this? Have you guys seen this before? I have never seen this before. 9 successfully predicted wins.
Is in the bag.
Oh, you realize I'm a cyborg? Shit, he knows your secret, guys. Kill him.
Yes.
Hi, Ignis. There's a queue for courier pickup. I've never seen that before.
Oh, hell yes.
Hi, Nadir.
Yes.
I have a plan, guys. I have a plan.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not snicklers.
To hell and back.
Does it take 2 top, I think?
Onward.
Battle start.
Get back.
You got a job to do.
Strong arm tactics.
Gotcha.
Why not?
Is this guy even gonna use courier? Oh man.
First blood.
What the?
First blood. We're off to an explosive start.
Well, Lena just fed first blood by disconnecting. You know what else is tiny, Ignis? Your penis. Thanks, Plobe. Shalina though. Am I playing any mobile games? No. Where's the LOL sound effects? I just don't have it on this computer. Oh, God! Get back here already, you fuck! I have more than one PC? Yes. Delphin, didn't you just ask me the exact same question? Do you think my answer changed? I already answered that question, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Now I have a terrible memory, guys, so just Hi, Spruderman. Maybe I installed it after he asked. You know what? How did you know I did that? Which hero do I not like playing against?
Yikes.
I don't like playing against Invoker. Or Pudge. Or Gyro. Use Courier. Use Courier. I don't think he cares about Courier, man. Hey, don't use my channel to fucking advertise. No one gives a shit. Oh, I waited, and now it fucking pays off.
Oh, hell yeah.
Here comes Dinah's
Got the courier.
little courier. Oops.
Thanks for your patience, Jero.
Forward.
Well, that'll learn ya.
Oh, yes. Yes. To hell and back. Spike! Power pours into me.
Uh-oh. I should not have casted. I should not have right-clicked him there.
Knuckle under.
Ah, no, not again.
Wah wah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hi, Cassandra.
Yes.
What did you miss? A very in-depth discussion on Dota 2 lore.
Fight. Why not? Onward. Yes. Verily. Yes.
I'm rich as fuck. Look how rich I am compared to my goal.
Forward.
Abandoned got abandoned.
Yes. To hell and back.
5-minute runes. You seriously gonna chase me like this? Just fucking waste your time. 5-minute runes. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Money changes hands. I go like the devil.
What the fuck? Can you give me the vision radius thing? Pudge is almost 6. So we wait for him to be 6.
Hell yes.
Volker's just like gone, dude. Volker should come back any moment. Any moment. Volker's gonna come back any moment now.
Oh yes.
Hey, Pudge. Nice.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Sorry, Gyro. Invoker's dead though.
Forward. Yes. To hell and back. I go like the devil. Prowling.
This creep see me, I think.
I'm under attack.
The fuck, dude.
Barely.
Well, I have green boots, motherfucker, so you think I care?
Yes.
Use your mana so we can shrine soon. On this guy, potentially.
Hold.
Stacked. No, that's not it.
I'm here, I'm coming.
That's not it, dude.
No, I think... Here.
Oh, hell yes.
Come on!
Hell's fuel. To hell with you.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Got him.
Why not?
Hey, he has static storm. Keep running. Aw, buddy.
Hell yes.
Jeez, this guy just keeps dying, man. He's dying. Well, the good thing is I'm almost level 6 and it's only 9 minutes.
Yes. I'll put the squeeze on you. Verily. Yes.
I have to find bait out the disruptor.
Why not?
He's running at me.
We go on him soon, I think. So,
Oh, fuck, I'm silenced, dude.
My hands are tied.
pop this guy's ult if we can. There it is.
The meta runes are up, seems. Okay.
It's good.
Divine trash. Oh, dude, I'm so high level, dude.
Money to burn.
The most powerful person on their team is actually the alchemist. Okay.
Oh my god.
No, I need to kill alchemist. Hey, Underlord, I really want to kill alchemist. I have finger, okay, bud?
Where's the fight? I go like the devil.
Oh shit.
Rages.
Oh my god. Let's get back. I think more people TP'd it.
Yes.
Oh, look at this guy. Oh no, it's not even a bad-mannered pause. He just straight up needs to disconnect.
Heads up, we're back.
Sorry. Guess we should wait. If Pudge didn't show up, I think we can kill. Pudge scared him by running at him like that, I think. Divine are trash, Cassandra. Ancients are too. Thanks, Ben. Man, I even bought a smoke for this shit.
Feeling fresh?
Yes.
Fucking this catapult.
Bottom tower is under attack.
God damn it.
Radiant
Get off of me.
structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I need to pause actually, sorry.
It's fine.
You better poof on
Oh,
over
so it's
to
just
your bottom
expiring.
tower.
What keyboard do I have? Hey Gabriel, if you look in the description of the stream, you'll see all my equipment. Ugh. Oh shit, look at this guy. 8 versus 7? Ah, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's a pretty nice feeling mechanical keyboard, Gabriel. Very clicky. You want to drink that beer? Which beer is that? Oh my god, this Lena again. Stop what? I don't have any coffee today, Spooderman. Your mechanical keyboard is louder than your voice? That's a really fucking loud mechanical keyboard. So even if you screamed at the top of your lungs, your mechanical keyboard would still be louder, Cassandra? Do I play any consoles? Yeah, I basically have every console. I just don't play it. Ugh, fucking Lena! Only I didn't like MMR. So flashy. Dude, this game is actually so patient. Like, especially the Dire, they haven't even unpaused. Do I play any other games besides Dota, Jaden? I was playing World of Warcraft, but now I'm not so sure that I want to play it anymore, since Blizzard is bending over like a bitch for Chinese money. I can't even check other people's items. Oh, you can check your allies' items. Hey, interesting. Yes, the Blitzchung thing. Yes. Wait a minute. I can check Lena's items, but I can't check Gyro's? What? Wait, what? Look, see, I try to click on him, but it doesn't work.
Okay, where were we?
Wait, what was I in the middle of doing?
Why not?
Ooh, your bottom
Whatever, I'm just gonna
tower's
stand right here.
kinda bad. What do you mean your bottom tower's middle tower?
Yo, Underlord's he's AFK, Pudge. Get that catapult. Underlord. 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 Underlord.
Can we do anything bottom?
Underlord.
Disruptor. Yo, the disruptor.
Oh fuck, I need to buy a TP. He shoots, he scores!
Those are good kills.
Thanks.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Don't think this guy's going anywhere.
I was learning how to use contacts, and I messed with my eyes, and my contacts went to like outside of my pupil. It felt weird as shit. I don't know if anyone cares, but
Wow.
life.
Oh, there goes Solid Disruptor's abilities. Nina's DC, you can only check the DC to heroes items?
Evoker's farming triangle and then mid, I think.
Oh, I have 5 0 words, speaking of which.
Wanna walk up triangle?
Helena, I'm gonna come in a second, wait. I'm gonna smoke myself.
Oh, hell yes.
Wait, let me do this.
Why not? Onward. To hell and
Where the fuck did he go?
Suck. We go top. Fight him.
Oh, I'm stuck bottom. Oh, he has. Oh, Alchemist is Battle Fury. A right clicker build, boy.
Interesting.
Tower is under attack. Killing spree. Down to something?
generation.
Are you even watching your top tower?
That devil to pay. Attack. More power.
I knew that was up, I would've came.
15-minute runes. Get ready for 15-minute runes,
Putting
please.
up a barricade. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Forward. Verily.
Sucker.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Onward.
Dominating.
Oh, hell yes. Where's the
Holy shit, what is this guy doing?
hell and back?
Dominating.
Just getting started. Forward.
You like, Jowr should be where I am, doing what I'm doing. That's okay.
Die at my
I'm the best player on the stream. Factually.
Yeah, maybe we fuck with this guy.
dark hell with you. Prowling.
Oh man, they just keep. Alright. Oh shit, oh shit!
Mega kill.
Alchemist the Shadow Blade.
That's comedy gold.
Oh, you don't have to. It doesn't matter, he's fast as fuck.
If your mid
Man, I just
tower
got
could
fucking
talk,
deleted.
It'd be pretty mad at you.
cannot hold me.
Oh man. Okay. Okay, let's do this.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Oh, there, he's about to put a ward here, I'm guessing. There's gonna be a venge here, I think.
Yes.
What the fuck? Help! Oh my goodness. That looked premeditated as shit.
I don't think it's killable. Is that killable, you think? Nope.
The fuck, where's their ward? So, if I'm standing right here and is that just a coincidence?
Yeah, they're just forming somewhat passively. We just need... They have 3 bottom, dude. A bunch of people behind you.
This time, I brought hell back.
I'm dead.
Yeah, you are. Holy shit.
Yep.
I go like the
Yeah, maybe he didn't see me. Maybe it was a coincidence. Where's the ward, Pudge?
I go like
Somewhere here.
Okay.
onward. Yes.
I think we need initiation. It's like our main issue. It should maybe be me, but... Can we try to do anything bottom? Or mid?
We can try mid.
I think this guy. Yeah, this guy if we can.
Oh, fuck, man. No, we're not gonna get him.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Why do I get the
Sort of rough if...
Wait a minute. I had a
can't do
ward
anything
somewhere
against
in our jungle.
Scary late game lineup. As they form.
Yes.
Did Venge put down a ward? Silver Edge.
I can try.
Alchemist is Silver Edge.
That's not awful.
Here, take this ward.
Remind me of my old boss. Run in hell. Yeah.
Regen if anyone wants.
90 damage or cast range. Oh, God, I don't know which one.
Go like the devil. Repairs in a jiff.
Cast range.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to do something, be able to do something soon.
I think we're gonna lose this game. Pudge can't scale like they can. I don't know. Our heroes just don't scale as well. Or they lose in the early game.
Yes.
It's just bad.
Oh yes.
Rude is really. He has no people.
He's here. Probably.
Hey, Lena, your dust.
Prowling.
Says like he apologized so much like a Canadian.
Why not? Onward.
They did have a ward here? Motherfuck!
Your middle tower
Right,
is under
okay,
attack.
so it was... They did have a ward, but
So get over there.
it was a little bit of a coincidence.
Nice.
That's not helping.
I'm fucking dead, dude! We lost this game already.
You, distilled to
Safely an alchemist. Oh, Abaddon even has a relic, dude. So if Abaddon is gonna go for Radiance, then... Are you serious? Invoker's alive?
Whoa, godlike!
Then... Alchemist would have to go for Nullifier.
My rage returns.
Wait, no, he never had a relic. What am I talking about?
Middle tower's under attack.
Oh god. It's okay, I'm not even gonna bother with this ward, Chris.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
I think Alk was like the perfect counter pick against Underlord.
Perfect counter against Underlord.
He won that fight because I didn't get a smoke.
We fucking lost. We fucking lost. We fucking lost.
They are rushing.
Verily.
Top tower is under attack.
Where's the fight?
Elena, can you buy some wards so I finish off my blink?
It's not awful. How much do you need for blink?
I got it now.
Okay.
Okay, we can kill with my blink if we do it right.
Your top tower
Yep.
is under attack.
It's important. He has BKB. I don't think we have the burst. No, we do. Between our ults.
Buy some fucking wards, Lena, you bitch!
Onward.
Hi, Hanif. Let's smoke. When I'm up. Can you drop a smoke?
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Why not?
This Lena's so fucking cheap. Never mind, she's just poor. And cheap.
Can we go?
Prowling.
Keep showing, orange. Orange, keep showing.
Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Kite him, kite him.
Oh shit.
It's worth it.
Verily.
Bottom, bottom.
Kind of bad.
Someone needs to TP bottom.
Fought over to your bottom tower.
He can't TP. Like, he has no TP. This guy, he can't even leave.
Killing spree.
Oh god, why am I sucking the thing with no mana?
We're getting our tier 3s wrecked.
Tower has fallen.
Why not?
Ah, god. I don't know what to say.
Prowling.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
He can't do this.
To hell.
Just like TP their line. I think I'll TP right after. We need more then. Alright, it's dead.
The bottom shrine has fallen.
I really need this.
Yes.
Look at his fucking inventory, man. Look at the empty spaces.
Forward.
God. Piss me off.
Yes.
Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die.
Check this.
Whew. Okay, I didn't die.
I go like the devil.
420.
Yes.
No smokes.
tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh, look, 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 look. What the? Oh, right. I thought Vengeful Spirit was on my team for a second. I might buy back here. I'm coming to fight. I'm coming. Come on. There you go. Thanks, Stippian.
Keep going, maybe? This guy still has no ult, no? I can
Okay,
catch.
okay, I might be able to blink on him.
Have we both missed?
And we suck dick, dude.
Burn, baby, burn.
Oh, yes. Forward. Yes. To hell and back.
You know, we just got a bunch of kills, but it just feels like... Just still feels like we're just gonna lose this game.
Let's shove those.
Strength is mine.
No?
Yes. Illusion.
Illusion.
Don't use a ton of spells on him.
Mega kill!
Gyro's going in. Fuck, I got hit by something. Oh, it must have been the Radiance.
Killing spree!
Can't blink during Radiance. Oh shit, there's a fucking illusion here!
Oh, hell yes.
Oh god, no, don't get glimpsed! Oh my god! Oh god, oh god. Oh.
Take these if you can.
Your top tower is under attack.
I need another item.
Structures are fortified.
Might be Glimmer Cape. Glimmer Cape. Do we have any invisibility on this team? No.
Top tower has
No.
fallen.
No. No. Okay, Glimmer Cape is a great item.
I have to like kite plus
Top tower is under attack.
fuck with him.
Hi, Smith. Nah, Yondis, you can't use it to save your teammates, right?
Fallen.
Yondis is like, hey, I need to
I don't
survive.
even know where to stop you.
Now we smoke. We have one, right? Yep.
Oh, Pudge. Oh, dude, Disruptor has eggs? How's this guy muted? Coming mid.
Stay out of my
Oh god.
to hell and back.
Missed my ward.
Nice.
What the? Fuck you, Alchemist, you shit! Oh my god, I was just about to hex. Dude, his Bloodthorn was like frame perfect.
Ooh, spooky.
Oh my god, look at his items. God, man, I was just about to hex, dude.
Kill him, Ism.
He has no ult. He has no ult. Can we go on this guy?
Lena! You're fucking dust, dude. Oh my god. This Lina keeps doing it. English only. Oh, Alchemist goes down. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh man, Jesus Christ.
Yes. Where's the
I hope somebody comes here and dies.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Venge is here, Venge is here.
Okay. What was he? You stunned. Easy. Push something. Just push something.
onward?
Dun dun. Ooh. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Dun dun. I'm gonna jump on this invoker. I'm gonna jump on invoker. You guys ready? Oh damn it. Oh no no no. Oh shit. We're not strong enough. Holy shit!
Turn me over. I'm done.
Lena's dead. Oh, there we go. Got my Glimmer Cape. Now we get Eon Disc. "35-minute runes are almost up. There's an invisibility rune top. Visibility.
Catch that man bottom, I think.
Okay, Pudge, I'm running towards you, and I have a Glimmer Cape now. Oh shit. Never mind, I'm going top, Pudge. Oh shit.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Yes. I go like the devil.
Scary.
Forward.
I almost died of Cataclysm, just TPing to save my teammates. Good thing I went through with the TP though.
Will pay.
Bot's close to shoving in, and we have exposed racks there. I don't think we do anything with this objective. Let's just farm bot.
My claw.
That's reasonable.
But also, let's make sure Jara doesn't die. Can anyone TP bottom?
Oh yes. Oh hell yes.
This is
Bump bump. Bump bump. Bump bump.
Wow.
Bump 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 bump.
I go like the devil.
the mid with a few.
Dominate.
To hell and yes.
I got Invoker. Are you fucking kidding me? Got him again. Sucky, sucky. All Division Highwing Games. I am betting Disruptor put an observer word in front of the tire. Let's find out where it is. It's somewhere around here. This might be still somewhere around here. Alchemist, where are you? Oh shit. Mommy, I don't want to die.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, hell yes.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'm so bad.
Verily.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
And that shit.
The enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. The enemy's
No!
middle barracks are just as sweet. Your bottom
Oh
barracks
shit,
are
there's
under
Vengeful here.
Your bottom barracks is fallen. Your bottom barracks are under
I was about to stun them both.
of those suffering if you know what's good.
Oh, dude, I thought we lost for sure.
His name is John C.
Run! GG, GG.
And the self is set.
Yeah, I don't know, the Alchemist he just, like, died without buyback. Uh-oh, here comes the snarkiness. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm exactly 5.6k support. Okay. Oh, my buddy's Ancient One. Probably should just queue safe lane. Why not buy a set with the shards? Line set, Cassandra? I did. I bought it just for the shoulders. 90,000 shards. I have CM Arcana. Wait, give me 1 minute to piss. Queue safe lane. Pee in a cup. I do pee in a cup. Big weight one. Thanks, Lulu. Alright, where are we? Let's read some comments. Give me some comments. Hello, Ali. Yes, indeed. Time to carry these guys on my back. CM Arcana, best Arcana. Nah. You pissed you? Why are you angry, Roshan? Is it because you're stuck in a cave? You don't like the visual noise of the dog? You can get rid of it, though. When did I calibrate core MMR? 2 days ago? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about pets either. Thanks, Ramdani. I said hello already. Hello, Yusuf. Who's that who party with you, Blue? It's my friend. My friend... Zeuspan. Hero request for donation? For Andrea, I am from Canada. What is my rank? Rank 1300. Best support and best core. My best support is probably Vengeful Spirit, and my best core is Spectre. Rank Immortal. That's metal, Cassandra, come on. Greetings from Canada. And thanks for watching every day, Ramdani. What's my real name? My real name is Billy. My oil can. I was convinced I'd lose. Actually, let's look at the graph. I didn't realize how sexy I was, though. Underestimated my sexiness. Let's see here. Holy shit. I mean, I had very good reason to think I was going to lose, eh? Yeah, no, it was looking like we were really going to lose. Yeah, Spectre's pretty boring. You just... Yeah, I just don't like hitting creeps so much. Thanks, Sanket from India. Element from Australia. Thank you, Lulu. UE is how you say my name in Vietnamese. Dragon Tea again. No, I ran out of Dragon Tea. Spectre's kind of bad in this meta. You know what? I don't know if I agree with you. And I don't know if I disagree with you, but why don't we just look at the facts? Global trends, divine. Tell me if you guys see Spectre, just in case I miss it. Spectre. 49.7. Oh, no, 50.8. Oh, slightly above average. Do you have a team for a tournament? I used to be part of a 6K team, but we were never really successful. Yeah, no, we just lose to 7K teams. Yusuf, yes, I stream every day. Every day around 8 a.m. Pacific time. Hello, Rajesh. Hello, Blend. Hello, Lucan from Philippines. Am I legit from Canada? Yes, I am. Do you think the Asians only live in Asia? Come on. Fuck out of here. Hey, dude, do you know Asian servers are toxic? How do you avoid it? Oh, I know exactly how to avoid it. So here's what you do. So when you queue for a game, you just click on another server. Done. Play on EU. Way less Asians. You know what? Cassandra might have a really good point. I would think, though, that the Dota Plus in-game statistics are very comprehensive. Can you show me the biggest win rate change in Dota Plus, please? Sure, Evan. Let's have a look. Let's see here. Biggest change. At the Divine level, Death Prophet. 441 viewers. Blue is cute. 441 viewers, comma, blue, comma, is cute, right? You know what's better than 441? 420.
Smoke weed every day.
21 of you, get out of here. I don't care. You hide your public match data? I don't. EU is a lot better than Southeast Asia. Played there a couple times, but I have to play with 130, 120 ping. Small price to pay for less toxicity. Overwolf. Oh, that's scary. That's a good point, Cassandra. You're scaring me. All right, we're doing this right now. Where is it? Okay. I don't want people to know that I play Lion. C ancient equals US East immortal. Are you implying that you think that Southeast Asia is better than NA Dota? Is that what you think? And if you think that, let me ask you a question. When was the last time Southeast Asia won a tournament? Why don't you use new RTX 2080 Ti? Hey Sankit, why don't you use the new RTX 2080 Ti? Found the addict. Alright JT, enjoy your bullski. Won't show in Dota buff and people sometimes check it. Yeah, a small price to pay. Not tricky. TNC kick liquid kid. Wah ha 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 ha. Many Chinese in C. Ha ha. Many Chinese everywhere. Ha ha. Favorite team in international. EG. I'm from North America, so I root for Team EG. You're sick of people banning Crystal Maiden and Oracle against you when they were strong? Aren't they still strong? Abed first 10k MMR? Abed first 10k MMR. I heard it was fake and they boosted him. What do you think about that? Don't trigger C players. I can do what I want. Stop me. I mean, this is the guy. This is the guy right here who's like, ancient Southeast Asia equals NA immortal? Question mark? Like, he's just stirring shit. You see that? All right, Ali, who's there? CMOK Oracle, very bad win rate. Can you sign my profile? Can I sign your titties instead? I got a pen. Sign your titties. Miracle is first 10k MMR. I don't think Miracle's ever even hit 10k MMR. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What do you think about Abed? I don't have an opinion. What's your monitor, 144 or 240 hertz? Hey Densho, have you just considered just reading the description of the stream? Do I know Boom ID? Isn't that Indonesia's team? Hey Bluespan, do you know who In Your Dream is? He's Indonesian. Best in Southeast Asia from my country. Avenge is easier to execute in pubs. I agree with that. Avenge is a very well-rounded hero. And seeing weird position 5 and 4 heroes such as Lina, Zeus, Clock, can you mention 3 good position 5 for me to play and practice? Sure, man. Lion, Venge, Shakira. What else did I play as 5, guys? Crystal Maiden. Oh, and Spectre. Yeah, and Spectre's good. E.g. Abed. Hey, try not to stir shit next time, okay, bud? Nice. Get those titties over here. Let's hope Ignis is above 18. Indians love PUBG Mobile. Is League of Legends popular in your country too? I think League of Legends is like more popular than Dota 2 everywhere. Abed or Sumail? Sumail, of course. He's the king. Could you get to Southeast Asia? Just get on a boat. CM never die. What? Can you still see my rank? Hero rank in Open Dota? Damn it, Lulu Chan! God damn it. According to you, how many matches of Dota 2 pro player like Miracle has played? Oh, probably over 20,000. So I just out of boredom, I checked AOE 2000's playtime yesterday. Alright, so AOE 2000, TI Wiener. So I mean, look at AOE 2000's Dota 2 hours on record on this account. He may or may not have some Smurfs as well, but on this account alone, he has 25,713 hours of Dota 2. That's more than double what I have, you know, and so know what I'm saying? The Southeast Asia carry equals support, support equals carry. Went in 2K. Abaddon, SS, oh, the Storm Spirit, yes! You're welcome, Alfonso. Fortunately, it was his third account and he was 0-21 of Ursa. I was sure, why not? Seems legit. I should try playing League of Legends. I do play League of Legends when I hate Dota 2, which is most of the time. May I play World of Warcraft? Thinking about quitting. Have I played in Southeast Asia server? Yes. League is more popular here by far, but as general, it's just easier for casual players to pick up everything. Yes, yes, no, way more forgiving. Did I play Heroes of North? Yes. What do you think about Dream Missile? I don't have any opinions about him. I don't know much about him, except that he's from Indonesia. He's not really a pro player that makes money, and neither is In Your Dream, right? How many hours have I played? Probably around 11 or 12,000. AOE 2000 used to be your favorite player? Why is that, Cassandra? Guy's got no life. Yeah, but even if he has no life, he's a fucking millionaire! Millionaire from playing video games! I'd be willing to trade my life to be a millionaire video gamer. My favorite EG Ramsey is playing offlane. I do not have an opinion on this. Love Craftian. I don't remember. Playing at least 8 hours a day as a team. Oh, Jesus. And they probably play like some hours solo as well, huh? He taught you a lot about support? Okay. Yeah, he is a support player, so. Yeah, actually, I used to watch some of his replays to learn Dota 2, but the replays were core. So actually, he's quite the versatile player, huh? Do I play Dota 2 off stream? I would say 95% of it is streamed, Mike, and I get the occasional games in the evening where some random friends want to play. Let's release these videos. Okay. A lot of Persona skins. Yeah, actually, I agree with this win. Yeah. Is AOE 2000 from Vancouver? Yes. Yeah, he lives quite close to me. Have you played horror games? Yes, I have. This is true. Who's there? My friends of RTZ? No. No. Mama didn't raise no pussy. I'm the Shroud of Dota. I'm the Shroud of Dota without the salary or the views. Hey. First MMO when you played Dota 2? 4.3k. Mid who? Position 4 Naga was amazing. Yeah, I think they had to dedicate some bans to his Position 4 Naga back in TI. Was it 5? Do I think Position 4 Zeus is good? Yes, I do. It is the current meta. Which one unfair hero in Dota 2? What do you think? Well, Plavy, rather than listening to my opinion of what is an unfair hero, why don't we just look at the numbers? So, I mean, Lycan has a 57.8% win rate at Divine Immortal. So does Visage. So, I mean, you just look at the numbers, man. Just follow the numbers. 450. Ugh. I want a 420. This queue's damn long. I'm thinking about getting the fuck out of here. Where are we? When did I start playing Dota? Back when it was a mod in Warcraft 3. I don't know, like 12, 13 years ago. That's right, Cassandra. Oh, you're quite the hardcore Dota 2 player, hey! he had the petition to remove his own hero. What a fucking ethical gamer. Yeah, Cassandra, he was trying to make a joke. I think that's only a Southeast Asia joke. Doesn't make sense to me. But hey, Andre, if you type in exclamation mark time, you'll see my current time. Why Balinar still OP after it got nerfed? Is he OP though? Let's look at his win rate. Let me know if you guys see NS and I miss it. 52.3. I mean, is 52.3 really that OP? I mean, it's a little bit. He's got a giant AoE stun and he's tanky. Who is better player, you or Henry? Henry's a better player. I mean, he's 7k. Didn't he hit 7k? I heard that he hit 7k. And I'm a 5k player. I'm a scrub. Yeah, party queues. That's okay, Cassandra. Didn't someone just ask me this question earlier? Anyways, Smells on a... Technically, he's American, but Abed not, right? So, pick Sumail. And Sumail's won a TI. How long will this finding match take? Let me look into my crystal ball, Kevin H. 22 minutes and 43 seconds. I ruined your joke? Oh, sorry, man. Yeah. Hello, Leandro from Argentina. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we just cancel this queue. Shall we queue unranked? Or maybe I just queue support. Yeah. We're talking how we can get this queue going. Does Zeus span queue for carry too? Give it another few minutes. Okay, we wait until minute 21. LOL The Witcher? I don't understand this reference, Weirdo. Sumail is born in Asia, so he is between Southeast Asia and NA Dota somewhere. So, like Hawaii or the Pacific Ocean? In your country it takes 50 minutes? Wait, what country is that? Shouldn't it count his MMR as high as yours? Is that, oh yeah, is that how it works? But then we will never know if it works at 2240. Okay, we wait until 2243. Guys, wouldn't it be so fucking scary and weird if it was actually 2243? Like I would be legit scared. Like, okay. We wait until minute 23. You voted exactly how many players? Isn't there a list of a player list for that kind of shit? I don't know how to find my avoid player list because I don't know. You don't think they properly implemented? I think they kind of half implemented it. It looks like Shin Lim. I have no idea who that is. You know what? Let's Google this. We're gonna test a mod's theory. And land. Do I look like him, guys? Literally? Like a copy? Nah. One person says yes. I mean, 2 people say yes. One person says no. I mean, a little bit. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. So, okay. He has 2 eyebrows. I also have 2 eyebrows. He's got 2 eyes. I also have 2 eyes. Alright, where were we? Samil's from Pakistan, yes. Which is Asia. Wait, Pakistan is not Southeast Asia, is it? Have you read AA's bio? No, should I? Alright, Silvio, I will do it for you, friend. Kaldir, the ancient image project from outside time. So he's an image from outside time. He springs from the cold. Is there something that you wanted to know about this, Silvio? He springs from the cold, infinite void that predates the universe and awaits its end. He is, he was, and he shall be. Wait. And what we perceive as powerful as it appears to us, but the faintest faded echo of the true eternal Kaldir. Are you implying that Ancient Apparition is older than Arc Warden? But Arc Warden was before everything. Guys, it's almost time. Is it going to be 2243? Oh, it's not. That would have been weird as shit. Scared me. Oh, haha. Oh. Okay. I'm glad it wasn't. Alright. We try to queue like this. Dude, I would have been scared as shit. Woo! Oh man, I got. Anyways. Cap is 20? Yeah, something like that. Long lost twin. Blue plus Bulldog equals that. Like Bulldog the dog or Bulldog the player? My jawline is wider. If I cut water for a couple days. Are you saying my face is full of water, JT? Or fat? Takes you 50 minutes and you end up in Southeast Asia server? You don't know how? What bracket are you in? Pakistan is considered Southeast Asia? Oh. You like Roy Kiyoshi? Who? So is AA the oldest? I don't know, man. All I know is Arc Warden was before everything. Wait, okay. Alright. Now let's read this again. Before the beginning of all. Now, I would think that Ancient Apparition is included in that all. So by that logic, Arc Warden predates Ancient Apparition. Even if he's an image projected from outside time. That's what I think. Never mind, Nicholas Hunter's the oldest. That could have gotten trippy real quick. Hey buddy, is you yet? Can you queue both? Both what? Do you advertise on your content now? I saw the ad earlier. Didn't you just answer your own question? What if I did find a game at exactly 22:43 minutes? Alright. Now, theoretically, if I found a game at 22:43, I would be like, oh, fuck! Oh! No! No! Ah! That's what. Whew. Now, I'm not a superstitious kind of person, but don't you admit that would have been really fucking creepy? Shinlim is also Dota 2. Are you serious? Who do you think the worst pro player Dota player is? I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I know. Abed. Oh. Someone gets reaction stacks up in here. Oh yeah, right. He's the lore keeper guy. It is outside time, but would you agree that time is included in the all? Pakistan is west of India. India is Southeast Asia. I guess so. Arc Warden is Scott. It doesn't imply that. You're Archon 5 and it takes you 50 minutes to queue in Southeast Asia? I don't believe you. We found a game! Finally. What about Invoker, Stone Spirit? Nah, I got a game to rush. Anyways, we actually did queue for core and support. You're still in the oldest hero loop. Legend 5. Oh, that's my teammate. Okay. I'm playing support. Oh, God. I know. This guy's toxic. Isn't he? I think I get this pre-muted. Legend 5 mid laner. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Is offlane my least preferred hero role? No, mid is. I had to play yesterday. So I'm position 4, huh? Dark Willow. Well, I'll read a few more comments. It was 22:43. You should buy a lotto. Yeah. How do you build your PC? Because it's so expensive. Sankit, have you just ever considered being rich?
Okay,
just be rich. Just be rich and buy this computer. It's Abed, not Abed. Sounds good, Abed. Safe lane gyro. Hi, Johnny. Did he use fucking Overwolf and steal my fucking hero?
5 seconds left.
Play Mirana. Alright, where are we? Does Gaben play Dota? Well, you know, guys, Gaben email. There's only one way to figure this out.
Hey, they're back. Good for you.
No, I'm not gonna do that either. No, we're not gonna do that. And Eternal Envy is the worst Dota 2 player, guys. Whoa. He's one of my favorites. I take offense to that.
Okay, your pick now. You know what?
What's your player score if it takes you that long? Oh, that's a good question. If you're homeless, just buy. Yes, just buy a house. Oh, we can so get first blood top. I really want that mount that goes "Rah!" when you jump with it. I think it's really expensive, isn't it? Is it the first one? Is that the $165 mount? Nah, I want it, but I don't want it. $165 want it. Ooh, this is a cool mount. I kind of want to buy it. It's almost $10 though. I want it, but I don't $10 want it, you know. You can almost buy, you can buy like half a meal over here. I'd rather have half a meal. Cassandra, I don't really like Herald games because I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like I'm playing against a bunch of bots. It's too boring for me.
Look, Sagan, pray.
Dark Willow, come top for first blood.
Fortune and glory await.
It's in the bag.
Not with
Dark
the
Willow,
expensive
come top for
salad.
first blood.
Good idea.
It's in
I don't play the right way? Oh, okay.
This one's in the back.
He just said his name.
On the prowl.
Trial Ranger position 4 is legit. Divine Rapier position 4 is legit.
It's the showtime.
We ride.
How long is this stun? 1.6? Come on, Dark Willow.
Yes. Leap forward.
Man, you're scaring them.
Let's throw
Jesus.
the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
At last it's time. Good
Ugh.
idea.
My teammates are so not sneaky.
Forward by bounds.
They have a ward right there.
To the battle.
Denied.
As you will.
Maybe I just go top. I don't know. He's pushing the lane though a little bit. Might be
Agree.
a while. I don't know. Let's see.
Forward, pet.
Do I need to kick you?
Since you command it. Leap forward.
Away from there.
Oh,
Of course. Fair warning, your death has arrived.
First blood.
First
We
blood.
ride.
Now that's how it's done, kids.
I feel like I should have stayed mid and sniped that courier, but I don't know, whatever.
To the battle.
Yeah, okay.
Good idea. As you will.
Not
Yes. Since you command it,
Light.
on the prowl.
Time to follow this creep.
Forward by
You're not being mean? Then fucking stop saying that shit. Jesus Christ.
on track.
That's like saying, hey, I think you're a fucking retard. Haha, I'm not trying to be mean. Like, what?
Good idea.
Say what you mean.
Agreed.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Nice stun, bro.
Whimper, dogs. Perfect.
Fuck, I want to get one click in. Yes,
Forward,
waste your
head.
time.
Good idea. On the
Oh no, that arrow. Yo, 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 hit.
No blood for you.
Blood right?
power before us.
Good job. This guy's got an interesting skill build. Oh, what the? He has vision over here!
With honor.
Alright, nice ward.
My pride. Your fall.
We admit no defeat. We ride.
I'll take your tribute.
The price is mine. Perfect.
Nah, just keep going.
Forward by bounds.
Arcane power.
Where is his ward? Did it expire?
To the battle.
Or is it over?
Good idea.
Where is his fucking ward? Stun him, dude!
Leap. Perfect. Stop. Bring.
Where's that fucker's ward anyways?
Off, Rug. Of course. As you will it. Since you command it. On track.
Put that sentry, dude.
Agreed.
Okay, spy boots.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Cringe, you cur.
Oops.
Of course. Since you command it.
As long as I'm here, Ursa cannot really...
Leap forward.
I play way too much lion for that shit. We can kill the lion.
To the battle. Forward. Yes.
Easy.
We ride.
Yo, Anxious, welcome back. Fuck lion players, that's right! See Seriously? What rupture? Did he just hit 6?
Yes.
Dominating!
Good idea. Die, Monk.
Hold on, I don't have arrow yet.
Good idea. Agreed.
Where's Storm Spirit?
As you will it.
Ugh, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, don't mind me.
Forward by
Just a
bounds.
wee fairy going about her business.
Wee fairy.
Double damage.
Oh man, I can't get a clear shot. I'm not Ursa anyways.
Leap forward.
This jungle camp's just gone. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck it straight up. Ooh, I put it outside the boundary. Fuck. Oh, this guy doesn't have his epicenter. Like, Sand Kings are not getting their epicenter, huh?
On track.
All those gears don't work so well with rock.
I'm coming for this line.
Forward by bounds.
Line not fucking die? The fuck?
Since you command it.
Boom, baby! Easiest arrow ever.
Stop.
I love Clockwork for that reason.
Fate tonight. Forward. We ride.
10-minute runes are almost up. 10-minute runes. Sacred relic on. Are you fucking serious? He almost a sacred relic? Man, he doesn't have boots, that's why. 10-minute runes. 10-minute runes. Yoink!
Yes.
Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm dead.
On the prowl.
Don't fear the Reaper. Dread the Butcher.
I don't know why I didn't just run into a weird. I don't know, man. Should have ran like something really weird.
To the battle.
We can kill the line. Sand King, let's kill line. Oh Jesus.
Starfall.
That was a really good arrow block. That was a good arrow block.
We rock. Yes. Stars.
Nice!
Look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Forward by bounds.
Dude, it's 14-2. We're kicking their ass!
Dire's putting up a
You
barricade.
On the prowl.
Just what I was waiting for.
Come on, TP in, bro. TP in.
On track. To the battle.
Good job, buddy.
Good idea.
Never had a chance. Just what
Stun,
I was
stun.
looking for.
Yes. Stop.
Nice.
You have learned nothing.
Well, I am gonna go somewhere else now.
Tower's fallen.
I think we go eels. Yeah, let's go eels. Oh. I'm right behind you, Bloodseeker.
Good idea.
Keep running. You can fucking kill all these shits.
Forward.
Dominate. Killing spree.
Pick 'em away, toys!
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going about her business.
We ride.
Back away, boys.
Since you command it.
Ah, buddy. Fight him, fight him. Run!
Good idea.
Run! Run! Shall we shrine Reno?
Your middle tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
As you wish.
Holy shit. We're coming. What the fuck?
Stop. Bring down.
Come on, Bloodseeker. Clean this shit up. Oh shit, I'm slow. I didn't want to waste my mana.
Mega kill.
Good idea for that hunt.
Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder
You
what
crying,
idiot
Taro?
got it killed.
Forward, pet.
Our couriers did. Wait, I have arrow on 3.
Agreed.
Jesus. Oh, Storm might come over here. Yoink.
The prize is mine.
See you later.
Yes. Yes. Forward by bounds. Leap forward. Leap forward. Of course.
Is this a new account? No. No, it's not.
Since you command it,
Dire's structures are fortified.
forward.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Then. Good idea. Agreed.
Sankin, can you stun? We're coming.
For that star.
Motherfucker. Oh, it worked out.
Riding per-
Oh. Well, there you go.
Forward by bounds. Stop.
Damn, sexy.
Die hungry. On the prowl. Starfall. while you can.
Overzealous.
Attack.
Alright, after Yules, what should I get?
On track.
Illusion.
Hi, Liberty.
Good idea.
Okay. Shall we defend bottom?
We ride.
I have a Yules. He cannot eat you.
As you will it. I'm under attack. Evil curse.
Chop it up.
Stop.
Double kill.
And run, Max. To the battle.
Killing spree.
Nice.
Kill.
On track. Agreed.
Where is Storm Spirit?
Good idea. Forward by bounds.
Dire structures are fortified.
Forward, pet. Good idea.
What I miss?
Stop!
Mega kill.
You make a fine crater. To the battle. Allies.
Oh my god, I was just about to throw my arrow.
We ride. Stop!
Dominate. Mega kill. Double kill.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
God damn, he's so fucking tanky. Storm's coming.
Stop! On the prowl.
Yo, I'm out of here. I got nothing.
Leap forward.
I'll take your tribute.
Let the enemy deny their middle tower.
Since you command.
I do not want to upgrade my stick. And I don't need four staff for clockwork since I have a leap.
Where's my pension?
What?
Forward, pet.
Man, this ether lens.
We ride.
Whatever.
Stop! Whimper, dogs. Evil curs.
Okay.
Agreed.
4 staff for what?
Of course.
You guys even know why you do the things you do?
On track.
Arcane power.
On the prowl. Leap forward. Start.
Spudge is hella dead.
Good idea.
Are you even watching your top tower? Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Since you command.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. The top tower needs some help. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Your top tower is under
Uh oh, I'm gonna get fingered. I'm dead.
killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Dominate. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Oh! Oh!
To the battle.
Let's get eggs. Eggs would be fun.
Yes. As you will it.
Your
Am I in a
bottom
clan?
tower is under attack.
Yeah, Clan Blue Span. I don't know what these guys are talking about.
As you will it. On star. An easy shot. Of course. Since you command it. Leap forward. The prize is mine.
Am I a full-time streamer? Yes.
Agreed.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Stop.
Dominate.
Good idea. Yes. Star.
You're dead, bud. I don't know if I could save Blitzker there. Maybe, I don't know.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
We rise. To the battle. Starfall.
Nah, not enough damage. Oh shit, I died! Get him! Whoopsie!
I get it. Was bad. I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was
The enemy's
expecting.
top shrine has fallen. Not what you expected.
It doesn't matter if I throw it because the scheme's over. What does Axe do on Mirana? It gives you an AoE star storm around you every 8 seconds. Just joking, bro.
What is this?
Stringing.
On the prowl.
Oh my god, he's gonna kill them all.
Double
By
kill.
himself. Or this fucker just TP? Oh, he's over here. Whatever. Nah. I'm just gonna push mid.
To the back. Stop. On track.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going about her business.
Tell me, Silent Sonic.
Over here.
As start.
This looks really familiar, doesn't it? I don't fucking care. I don't care. Help! Help! Oh god. Why are my teammates so slow? Why? Why? Does Sen King not have Blink Dagger or something? Oh my god, he really doesn't. He really does not have Blink Dagger. Reaction slacks. I can take him one-on-one. He doesn't use hotkeys, so should be easy.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Who has 3.7k gold?
Leap to it.
Sand King? Oh, he better fucking buy something then. Jesus.
Of course. Yes.
30-minute runes.
Since you command it. Allies disappear. Agreed.
What MMR is this? This is Divine.
We ride.
Yoink.
The prize is mine.
I'll take your tribute.
Forward by bounds. Good idea.
Over here.
What the?
Under attack.
Help! Help!
Stop.
Holy shit.
We ride. Stop.
Dominate.
Good idea.
Oh shit.
Rangers called in the fortification.
On track.
Dire structures are fortified.
Leap forward. On the prowl.
Storm's gonna come at me,
Good
man.
idea.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh! Fuck.
Enemy's bottom barracks just let it die.
Forward by bounds.
Triple kill.
That was his rampage right
A
there.
couple of friends could probably stop that.
Yes. Run like the dogs you are.
Oh, I have enough for my eggs.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I'm under attack. Yuna gift. Cringe you curse. As you will it.
Top tower's under attack.
Shrouded Peaks, I return.
To the battle.
The enemy's middle tower has
Boom!
killing spree. Own it!
Another foot down.
I only stream on YouTube, guys. I only stream on YouTube.
As you command. Shadows take us.
GG. That was support, right? Oh yeah, right, that's support. So I was exactly 5.6k before the game started. So we can see how much MMR I got from this party game. See, I got 18! Who commended me? Ah, whatever. This guy was a little toxic. Hey guys, I gotta practice my armlet toggling. Who's the Sand King? I don't know. His name is Shadow. We're actually not in a 5 stack. So him and us two are cute together. And these three are cute together, like that. You think it's raining over here? Nope. It's sunny outside, so yeah. I'm not sure why you think it's raining over here. Do I have COQ and friends? Yep. Him and I are good friends. We're both YouTube streamers around the same MMR, live in the same area, the same amount of subscribers. Yeah. Shouldn't Zeuspan be beside you? He is. In spirit. Holy shit.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk.
One sec, guys. I'm gonna hop on one of my other accounts.
A vision softly creeping.
You hear a pleasant rain? You think it sounds like there's raining on my roof? I don't think so. It's sunny outside here, and I hear nothing. So you guys should be hearing what I hear, or the microphone. Like here, I'll take off my earphones. Yeah, no, it's just silence here. I don't hear anything. So I think it's probably raining where you guys are. So you should check out the window and yeah, No, it's definitely not coming from me. So I'm pretty sure you guys, maybe you have a computer problem. Or, one second, I got a queue for a game. Yeah, maybe you guys have a computer problem. No, it's definitely not coming from me. Like I just checked my my computer, and you guys should be able to hear what I hear, and I hear nothing. Like right now, there's nothing playing. Like it's just the Dota 2 menu with nothing playing. And it's definitely not coming from my microphone as well. Because like I take off my earphones and I don't hear anything. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. So, do you guys hear rain noises? Because I don't hear any rain noises. You love that noise, Gabriel? Well, glad you hear it. That's funny. Some of you guys hear the rain, but some of you guys don't. That's weird. So I think maybe you guys got a virus. I think that those of you who can hear the rain, maybe you guys have virus. You should like you should scan your computer for viruses, you know. Yeah, maybe you got a virus A. Hi, Buyong. And maybe an air conditioner in my crib. Once again, look. I take off my earphones. Ding, 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 ding. I hear nothing. It's not coming from this microphone, and it's not coming from my computer. Super Canadian, eh? A bug on my microphone? Don't think so. No. I checked my microphone input, and it's not showing it, you know? Yeah, I think you guys are bugged. Or maybe it's a YouTube thing. Hey, why are you proud of that? Thanks for subscribing. Where's the party button? I believe I have a party button here. Ah, there we go. Smartphone ain't so smart now, eh? Do I know JKT48? Isn't his name Next JKT48? Hey Nubla, aren't you the guy that said that I would lose my game in my Sniper Techies game? You're like, oh bro, you lost this game, trust me. That's what you said. Fucking won it. Sucker. Alright, let's read some comments. I mean, I was already reading comments, but if I missed it, just type it again. Thanks. Maybe I'm streaming a rain video. Nope, definitely not doing that. Between my keyboards and the rain, you prefer the rain? How about both? You can hear the rainy sounds? Yeah, but can you also hear the sound of racism? Oh, you have bug too? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why some of you guys have it, but some of you guys don't. Where do I come from? I come from, I don't party with people I don't know. You should watch your YouTube channel to hear the rain. No, I prefer the sound of silence. Oh yeah, I remember. I'm an elephant. Why you like Kim Jo Penn, brother? Who? Everybody's hearing the noise? No, we didn't. See, look, he can't hear it. This guy can't hear it. Of course it does. It's from Canada. Everything from Canada tastes good. Everything. Why you changed ID? We are gonna buy the best item in the game. We are buying Armlet. Bam! Best item in the game. Gives you like 10 armor. Makes you right click for 40 to 60 more damage. Instant 500 HP heal. What don't you like about it? What did you share, Jones? Buy a Skull Patcher, buy a Divine Rapier. Yeah, see, this guy doesn't hear any rain. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Exactly. Honestly, I think some of you guys have virus or a YouTube problem or something. I'm 31 years old. Probably, let me guess, double your age? My phone has rain? Oh. Try it on PC. Armlet Oracle. Okay, what are you trying to do here? Favorite hero is I don't party with people I don't know. Everybody can hear this rain except moderators? I don't think so. You're in 1988? Oh, you're 1988? That's funny. You have very low listening comprehension for someone from 1988. our conversation literally went like this. Please play Faces Void. And I'm like, sure, we can. If you would like to make a donation of at least $5 I will play Faces Void. And then you're like, please play Faces Void. Okay. Hi, Jupiter.
Your turn to bat.
What to play? Alright, I'm playing Sniper. We're gonna play Sniper. Anna's Millionaire 17. Yes, he is. Holy fuck, there's a PL. Actually, JT, oh, no, I can't play your hero anyways because... Yeah. He first picked PL! Why not Chen? Nicholas, you want a sniper, bud? Okay, I'll go do sniper. That bastard! You can farm pink? Okay, thanks, bro. Hacking off. That sounds great. Let me know if it's too difficult for you. Is it gonna counter you? What a sacrificial giving kind of fucking person!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I play Minecraft. Holy fuck, can you guys just pick? Especially if you play Pudge?
Your turn to pick.
Is that Elsie Jungle? Do you know the difference between unranked and ranked games? Oh my god, nobody wants to play support. Nobody on this team. Especially not me. Support Sniper? First pick PL, second pick LC, third pick Sniper! Vinit, give me a rumble, please. Vinit! Good job, Vinit. Oh god. You gotta wait for the sound effect to end, and then you type it in, Silvio, I think. Sniper! How old am I? I'm 31 years old. Let me guess, double your age? Double?
Your turn to pick.
Double?
Your turn to pick.
We're gonna get a techies game. Techies, techies, techies. I try it again, Silvio. Do I have a college degree? Yes.
It's over 9,000!
There you go. When did I start playing Dota? When I was a young warthog. English only, thanks. English only. Holy moly. Holy moly, holy moly. One of these, and one of these, and one of these, and one of these. You're just 18 years old? Wow, you're like basically a baby, eh?
Brutal, savage, ranked.
Congratulations for the lives. Thank you, Gilherm. Thank you, Lulu. When I was a young warthog.
This one is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Thanks, Wayne. Safely and sniper. Yeah, nice. Sniper! Some of you guys like sniper, eh? Am I studying somewhere? I study here in this room. I study life and Dota 2, which is basically the same thing. So yeah, I study, yeah, here. How to get last hits with sniper. Yes. Let's do this! LC jungle! We fucking lost. Storm is gonna fly at me and rape me. I'm gonna die, 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 I'm gonna die. Is this my Smurf? Yeah, but my Smurf is like 5k. 5k unranked. Like 4k rank.
The battle begins.
Yo, this. I really hope this LC doesn't just take my first couple of last hits. Because, I mean, he does 64 damage plus 24. That's 88. Plus, he's got this Blight Stone. So, might as well round it up to 100 damage. Well, I click for 47. I'm watching you, motherfucker. Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it! I can't compete with you. Oh god. No, Elsie. No! Motherfucker! I'm gonna pull the creeps away from him. God damn it. Pull it away from him. No! Elsie, go away. You're fucking going away, bitch.
Yes. Spot on. Spotted.
No, Elsie, no. You fucking shit! Go fucking jungle already, bitch! This is mine. This is mine. This is mine. God.
Line of sight.
Hey man, can you just jungle or something?
Eat them. Run and gun.
Oh my god, fuck this LC. I'm gonna go jungle. I'm about to fucking go jungle and uninstall this game.
Pocket full of bullets.
I'm gonna uninstall and jungle. Basically the same thing.
I only see a crater.
We're gonna get this range creep before LC does. No, LC, no. This is my creep.
Going ballistic.
LC's not supporting. He's just straight up taking my last hits.
Line of sight.
He's AFK now. Yoink.
Snipe hunt.
LC, go jungle, bro. What are you doing here?
Spotted. Yes.
Oh my god. How can I farm? How can I play Dota 2?
Run and gun. Into the breach. My spotter directs.
I'm actually done here. I'm actually fucking done. We don't have creator. Or any wards.
Gunpowder justice.
Die, Elsie. Die, you fucking shit. Oh no. He's on to my business. Hey, Techie's buying Ords. Yeah, you like that, Sven? You like that, bro? You like that? You like that? Yeah, you like that? Yeah, I bet you like that, don't you?
Of course.
Illusion.
Shrapnel. Full bore.
Stack, please. Actually, let's just hope the storm doesn't come back. No stack. Sniper jungle. This is so fun. Who unpaused it? Who unpaused it? First Shaker did. It's like the lowest of the low. Oh, my teammate's gone? Eh, who cares?
Quick draw.
Thank you.
Yes.
Actually, we're gonna stack this and grab the rune rather than stack that one.
Yeah.
You fucking piece of shit, Elsie. What the? Wait. He's getting Voidstone.
Yeah.
What do you use belt and Voidstone with?
Will come in handy.
What?
Sure as shooting.
Level 3 alchemist?
My spotter guides me.
Oh, check out this efficiency, guys. Oh yeah, look at that efficiency. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, efficiency, eh? I'm gonna die, eh?
My spotter by
Might actually die here. Oh, we can stack again. Second stack. Can we? Ah. 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 That one didn't stack. That one may have stacked.
shrapnel.
I don't want to die. No. No.
Yes.
I'm just a level 3 sniper. Oh shit.
Run and gun.
Where did those come from?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Oh, he doesn't need a shrine. And I fuck this LC. No, don't care.
Full bore.
I should probably help him or something. Nah.
On target.
Holy fuck, I'm about to die again. Oh shit! Ow! Oh! Nobody saw that. It's all Elsie's fault. If he hadn't stolen my creeps, I wouldn't be there.
Sniper. Reloaded. As
Fuck, dude, this purple creep, it just regenerates all the creep's HP.
shrapnel.
Fucking annoying shit. I need to kill it first. After I kill these satyrs.
Knife hunt.
Oh shit.
Sure as shooting.
The enemy's bottom
Oh
tower
shit.
has fallen.
Of course.
I have boots this time. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yes.
Good thing there's no Bloodseeker in this game. Or Bounty Hunter.
Let's have a go at it. Yes.
Fun game.
Of course.
Elsie's going back. Oh, he
Your
disconnected.
top tower is under
Seriously, man? Can you put his items down?
Yes.
Oh, he's gonna be my... He's my bitch now. He's my healing bitch.
Yes.
Report
enemy's
Ursa?
bottom tower has
Done.
Target
Smart
practice.
move.
Enough. Thanks. My spotter directs.
Immediately.
Of course.
Yeah, it's just
Radiant
Sven.
structures are fortified. Take the field.
Easy shot. Full bore.
Hi, Snail Poop.
Spotted.
Is this a ranked game?
Yes.
It's an unranked game.
Of course.
Holy shit. It must be Super Sven.
This will
The
come.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Lead. Yes. Shrapnel.
Radiant structures are
Seriously? He just used fucking
You die.
glyph so that I can't farm that wave? Are you retarded?
Yeah. Spotted. As you say.
Fresh meat!
Silent.
Yeah.
Spotted.
Your middle tower is
Holy
under attack.
shit.
Oh. Higher caliber. Snipe hunt.
Where's my item?
My spotter guides me.
Fresh meat!
On target. Eat lead. Eat shrapnel.
Fusion!
Oh shit.
Without a doubt.
Fuck.
On it.
Sven, you piece of shit. Why do you even do this? Wow. Well, we're gonna have to get phase boots. Perfect armlet training indeed.
That was a hell of a recoil. That's gonna sting. Trick shot. Yes. Spotted.
Viking.
He's back!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Oh shit, Pudge left, dude. Now it's just me and Techies versus this Sven.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, Pudge is back. Good. We need him. Oh my god, look at that
Your
name.
top tower is under attack.
Should we get Ghost Scepter? Nah. Horse Staff? Nah. Maybe I just run down mid. Oh boy, he's catching up.
Line of sight.
Motherfucker. No. Oh god damn it! He's gonna Monkey King Bar now. Oh. Alright, you know what? We need to use the power of teamwork for this, I think. Alright. Yep. Together we stand, divided we... something. Okay. Nope. Ghost Scepter is selfish.
It's not time.
Oh, there you go, JT. Why do I play this game? Because I want to win. Oh shit. Ah! Blow it up! Yes! Good job, Chill Lime Pringles. CDR or cooldown reduction? I mean, 20 damage? Yeah, let's get 20 damage.
Dire structures are falling. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Attack!
Oh, we need a ward for Sven.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Buddy! No! No! I used my force staff on you!
You died well enough.
Yo, man, this Sven might slowly win this game.
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't know why I'm playing this game. And this Techies, he just rage bot back.
Your
In a
top
game of
tower
3
is
people.
under attack. Your top tower
Go, Catapult,
is
go.
under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Alright, I'm actually gonna get that Ghost Scepter now. Alright, I can save myself twice. Or myself once and somebody else once. Oh, here comes the shark! Oh, you done, bitch? Didn't he just use God Strength? I believe that he did. You dead, bitch! You dead! Boop, 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 boop. Oh, he even bought wards. What a tryhard. Anyone who buys wards is a tryhard. Oh, you're gonna rage buy back? You can't! You're dead! That's the last of it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Boop.
My spotter guides me. My spotter directs.
Oh. Oh. Oh, damn it. I didn't kiss. Saw a storm speed over here just now, guys. It's been sneaky.
Let's have a go at it.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, Clinks want to kill me.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under
We're gonna get
attack.
the shrapnel slow so we could piss Sven off.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Here comes Sven. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Oh, buddy. Sven's back!
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I think he wants to kill me. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't have TP. Suck my dick, Sven.
Yeah.
Oh god. Ah, what the fuck? Alright. Thanks, Snail Poop. You know what we should do? We should buy a Blink Dagger. Oh wait, but he's Shadow Blade. Okay, so we're gonna buy a Blink Dagger to fuck with him. Oh. Oh shit! Techies.
You died for science.
Yeah, now we're gonna buy wards. We're gonna try it hard. In this 3 versus 1. Gotta get that win, guys. Gotta get that unranked MMR. Oh. Pew, 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 pew. Ha ha ha, wanker. Actually, I want this Sven to come back so I can fuck with him again. Make megas and watch him defend. Yeah, we can do both at the same time. Oh, whoa. Alright. We don't have Pudge though.
Going
But I really want to fuck with this Sven.
The enemy's middle tower has
Oh,
fallen.
Sven. He wants to kill me. He fucking wants to. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh shit. Oh shit, take it. I'm coming, bro. Woo. Tickle your balls, bitch. Tickle your balls. Oh, you angry? You angry? You want some of this? Oh shit! He's angry.
You should not have crossed me.
Guides me. Full bore.
Hopefully he's not invisible on top of me. Here's my sound effect. Oh shit! I was playing sound effects! No!
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
We're good, guys, we're good.
Tower has fallen.
He's gonna be a nullifier now if he wants to fuck with me. Oh shit, techies! Dude, I should get a Shadow Blade. He can't have sentries everywhere, right? This techie's got the right idea. Every time he buys sentries, we buy sentry. Oh shit! Oh shit!
You died well.
Not yet.
But you don't want this shit. Get him! God damn it! No! No!
Decent there.
Damn it, techies! I trusted you.
Enemy's
I thought that
top
there
tower
would be
has
enough
fallen.
bombs. Ah, damn it. Come on, Punch. What have you been? Where has this guy been for the last 10 minutes? Slowly but surely. These creeps will get him. Get Lincolns? Oh, that's a good idea too. Yeah, like, I actually, when I right click him, I actually don't do any damage. But it doesn't matter because all I'm trying to do here is piss him off.
Don't shoot. It's me. Spotted.
Oh, whoa. Oh no. See you later.
Line of sight. Of course. Night hunt.
Howard would piss him off too. Yeah, I agree. I agree. What if he's over here? No punch! Woo!
It's not time yet.
Shit, he's invisible. No, he's not.
I'm not ready.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh, techies! Techies for the win! Sniper for the win! No need for megas when you just hit his throne. What a sucker. Sandera Park. Nice try, but it wasn't good enough. All right, JT, are you here? Maybe we can play your PL game now. Oh, by the way, guys, armlet is the best item you can possibly buy in the game. Yes. Should have tipped him. I don't have battle pass. All right, JT. All right, we play PL. And I may or may not buy armlet. We'll see. All right, give me some comments. Oh, done my Monster Energy drink. What does the hoodie say? It says Victoria. That's where I'm from. Comments. Good job. Is this a new account? No, it's not. I don't know why oil feels so good when you drink it. Well, that's because you're a robot, my friend.
Smoke weed every day.
Why do you think armlet is the best? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Armlet gives you 9 armor when you toggle it. 9 armor. Alright, that's almost as much as a plate mill. It also gives you almost instantaneously 500 HP. You also do, if you're not a strength hero, you do 41 more damage per right click. You also attack more quickly. I forgot how much. Sue me. But I think, yeah, you do like 66 more damage if you're a strength hero. Pretty good. Amazing. Why you know water? My body is water. It's 70% water. I am water. You dated a girl called Victoria? Was she hot? Victoria sounds like a hot girl's name. Okay, we're gonna play PL. And we're gonna safe lane it.
Your turn to ban.
Where's PL? Oh, there he is.
Seconds remaining.
What is the monthly income if you start streaming? $0. Good luck with that, man. Hi, roll for carry. You rolled 36. Sucker.
Seconds remaining.
Get the fuck out of here.
Your turn to pick.
Well, actually, this year can be kind of bad for PL. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
That's okay. We're gonna play PL regardless, I'm pretty sure.
Your turn to pick.
Can the second support please pick, please?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Okay, I guess I lean against the kebab guy. Johnny. Here's Johnny. Johnny, what a piece of shit name. Glad you like the set, Snail Poop. I know. I got it from my grandfather. That's not my face. No. See, this is Johnny's face. This is my face. That's Johnny's face. This is my face. Uh-oh. They picked Monkey King. When he hits me with Jingu, it reveals the real PL. That's a problem. Stupid sexy monkey.
Forward! Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
Can you give that ward back? I see Rubik has a ward.
Thanks, Lulu.
You're a trusty mate.
I guess I'll go bottom. Just try to get a kill with you guys.
John's name was Toilet Henry? What? Hi, Owen.
We move. Like spearfishing.
Granddad Blue on stream? He is already in heaven, sir. Oh, shit!
Our lance is ready.
297 move speed. Ain't nobody gonna take the full nuke for that.
To battle.
Yes.
I hope he nukes me again, because then I'm just gonna use this again. Like, that level 1 nuke does 160 damage. That's insane. Hello, Srab. Oh, I get it, Henry.
Quickly.
Easy rune.
Begins.
Why did you not lift? You have Faithful.
Ready to strike.
Oh, time to get one of these, and one of these, and one of these.
Easily. We rush.
Oh, you're a fan of PL, are ye?
We will.
This is okay, Snail Poop. That's not a disrespectful question.
We will.
Fuck you, Disruptor, you fucking shit.
Yes.
You think I have to take this shit from you?
As now.
Dude, you're getting fucked.
Nah, I'm fine.
We march. Easy. As ordered. They cannot hide from us. A good idea. Give me more. We see. For victory. We shall strike.
Okay, let's get one of these.
Attack!
You serious? What the fuck's wrong with you?
We move.
Got him.
First blood.
Good job.
Thanks, man.
As ordered.
Need me to bring you anything?
Nah, I'm good.
Without delay. We will take easily. Onward. Better it be noticed. We rush masterfully to die. Into battle. Forward.
I need boots, dude. I need boots.
We understand.
Oh.
Good idea. A decoy.
Ah! My wand. Disruptor, I'm gonna fucking kill you, you fucking bitch.
Do you want to go offensive or do you just want to chill?
That is a great question that I do not know the answer to.
Battle comes. Yes.
Ugh.
Why don't you go a little hard right here?
Yes.
I need to buy boots. I don't have boots yet.
Okay.
We agree.
Shit, they're gonna get both runes here.
That should help.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Top missing.
Tower is under attack.
Now.
Top missing. Disruptor.
Oh god. Oh, I survived 4 HP, but hey, we can go back in.
Wow. Yeah, I don't have mana, but actually I will soon.
What the fuck? I canceled my Phantom Rush.
Quickly. Oh, that's one of ours. We will. For our cause. Haste.
Lane's not going too bad, actually. Top missing disruptor.
Yes. Attack. We move. Yes.
Sorry.
As ordered. As needed.
I'm gonna go heal. Be careful.
Okay.
We will.
If you want me to bring anything, I'll run it back here.
Nah, I'm good.
Need some regen.
Boop.
We see. They cannot hide from us.
Okay. Holy shit! Oh my god, what a fucking combo. Hey Lich, can you buy me a TP scroll, bud? Or does it not work that way? I think it doesn't work that way, right? No.
I think I can.
No, it uses your cooldown.
Good idea.
Hope that gets you a kill.
It does.
Yeah. Worth it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Missing middle.
Two kills? No shit. Oh fuck. Konka's coming.
Get him away from me, dude! Nine Monkey King, that's insane. Uh-oh.
Damn.
It's not done yet.
I wanna say we got butt fucked.
Yeah, we did.
Simple. There.
Can we kill Drow? Can we kill Drow, please? Kill Drow, please?
As needed.
Oh my god.
10-minute runes.
We rush.
Where's the Monkey King? He's soaring, he's soaring. Monkey King's down here, Kier.
Quickly. We will. We agree.
Dude, we fucking lost.
We're getting fucked.
Why my hockey doesn't work?
Alright, I might chain frost. I'll try to rotate.
We understand.
Your top tower is under attack.
How delay.
Dire's
Reward.
structures are fortified.
We are beside ourselves.
Watch out, PL.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Good idea. I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower is falling.
You fucking kidding me?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
Jesus.
We move.
Come back! Nice, nice, nice. Exactly what we needed.
Good job. Yep.
Thanks, man. I'm buying Vlad's, by the way.
He's getting fucked up here. Slardar, do you ever rotate, man?
Do you ever rotate? I'm kidding, eh?
You don't have the sound.
We understand.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, let's go on them top. Can we get some more rotations too?
You know what? I don't have TP. I'm gonna go buy one.
I think they're making a move up here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Conka, can you walk up? Well, I mean, if you want to farm, I guess.
Onward.
Alright, we want to do something?
Without delay.
I have my full level 4 frost shield.
That was so easy.
No?
Thanks, Henry.
Fuck.
I killed Drell bottom. Makes you guys feel any better?
What? You ran in! What are you talking about?
Dire's structures are fortified.
We were literally following you.
Your top tower
And you don't have the items to do things like that yet.
has fallen.
Simple.
Don't go in so hard like that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Conka, do something, man. No? No spells?
Where's this Raptor? I want to kill this Raptor.
Invisibility.
We move.
Watch out, bottom.
Yes, for the dead.
As ordered. There.
He's gonna think there's a war up there.
Oh,
Where is he?
For victory.
okay.
Holy moly! Ooh. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh, no.
Multiply.
That was so good, dude. I'm so proud of myself.
We hunt. We understand.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Holy shit, I'm coming.
Ordered.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Got him. Got the monkey. You fucking shit.
I'm out of mana. Hell yeah.
Lively now.
My auto attack got that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Good job, guys.
This is
Thanks.
Sparta!
Shadowblade is a big waste of money on Drow this game. That's a good thing. And Slardar.
Okay.
Putting something on the courier.
We will multiply. They cannot hide.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Without delay. Battle comes.
What the? Why do all my illusions come with me? Not the hotkey I pressed.
Easy.
Oh.
That's glimpsed back bottom.
There's a shrine. Use a shrine. Use shrine.
We march. Yes,
20-minute runs.
we will.
Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die.
Yes.
Gold for my chest. What do you buy?
Mere coin.
Dude, that is so fun to try.
I took the tower down real low.
As needed. Regeneration. Yes. Swarm. As ordered. We understand. For victory.
PL, be careful, dude.
Alright. Wait, I sold my Quelling Blade, huh?
Onward.
That's a dumb idea since I'm fighting Monkey King. Oh well. Fuck, my Quelling Blade, dude. Man, I can just buy another one, I suppose.
Without delay.
That's warded.
Okay.
We
I don't know. Should I buy Quelling Blade? I mean, I fucked Monkey King really hard earlier with it. It was a good play.
Watch out with monkeys up here.
There.
That's a really fun monkey.
Easily. Set our pike finds.
What the?
We agree.
I might value the Quelling Blade over this Wraith Band.
We see.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Cannot hide.
good force up here. But if they have 5,
Hey guys, I'm going bottom. Hey Kunkka, let's kill Mars.
Good idea. Do it! Just do it!
Carrot top. Thanks, Kunkka.
Wait, what had you muted? Does he already have Ags?
Attack!
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm under attack.
PL, be careful, dude.
Okay.
Delay.
Lots coming bottom. Let's go top. They just wasted their TP scrolls.
Good idea.
I'm dead.
Let's get top. In case he dies, we'll make something of
There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow.
it. No, they didn't waste all their TP scrolls. We can.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't
Enemy's
know.
top tower has
I don't know. I don't know. I should have started TPing earlier, I
We
guess.
don't want to let this go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Someone front line.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I can TP in a few seconds. Oh god, he's got a fucking Mjolnir.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Storm also. Do not stand against us. We see. We move.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There.
I can still defend this tower? Nah, not gonna bother.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
As needed. A decoy. We feel the rush. Our pipeline. Chase this. Into battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Ah, boy. What items do we get?
Anyone want to smoke?
For victory. We will.
They're all fucking missing, dude.
Forward.
Let's smoke up.
We mount.
I'm coming.
Simple.
Slardar, can you go first? See if we can push mid. Or do you want to get Roche? We could easily get Roche.
Yeah, we could do Roshan. I have Vladimir's.
Just take Roche.
Good job, buddy.
Do we push mid, or do we need to heal?
We will. Outire. We understand. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wow, what a way. Damn, I didn't think they had us there. Careful, Pia. TP. TP.
God.
Wow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was so bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Holy shit.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I think we're gonna win this game, guys. Should be okay. It's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be fine, everybody.
As needed. We will find them. We see. Easily. Swarm.
Eagle Song.
Quickly.
Is that real? No.
We agree. Simple.
You guys want to smoke again?
simple.
I have one right here.
I'm gonna buy my Reaver.
Okay. Well, let's smoke without him.
We see. We understand.
Just go farm, show yourself.
We are going onward.
There they are. Wait, why is PL with us?
As ordered.
Dude, I mean, they probably saw you, right?
I don't know.
We will.
On the shrine, really? Oh yeah.
Monkey King is over here, guys.
Okay.
Good fight.
Such simple minds. Our lance is ready.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Back up and get their shrines.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
That was a failed bolt.
We rush.
Back up, back up, back up.
As needed.
Oh Jesus. Ah!
One should have read the sign.
Back up, guys, back up. Drow is gonna go invis today.
What's my next item, guys? Abyssal?
Okay.
Butterfly?
Not so bad. Not great.
Butterfly? Fun rapier? Scat it! Nah, I think I get like, I don't know, Abyssal or some shit.
Careful. Alright, let's group up.
Cook is higher level than me!
I'm gonna see if I can de-ward over here.
Nah, I want a bash, so I think I get Abyssal. Why is Scotty bad? I prefer the instant BKB piercing lockdowns of Abyssal over. I mean, I don't really need more survivability, you know. Battle Fury could be good versus Drow and Monkey King. Battle Fury good versus Drow. Battle Fury good versus Drow. Battle Fury good versus Drow. What?
For the dead.
I'm gonna go look at their rune. Can we push top?
Oops.
Or should we not? I think we're pretty strong right now.
Coca, you deal bottom.
Mm,
No, our bottom's pushing in
to
too
go
hard.
together if we're staying
Our bot, and they'll get back.
Okay, get back.
Forward. Yes.
Oh, they're smoked. They're smoked.
They're smoked.
They should be.
Missing top.
Roshan has fallen
Yeah.
to the Radiant.
Wah wah.
Alright, get back. I have a smoke.
Someone just used BKB.
Alright, let's smoke. You want to? They don't have BKB. Honestly, if we kill Monkey King last, we'll be fine.
Dude, Abyssal, you fucking dumb shit!
They'll never expect it. Our lanes are in good spots. We need Kunkka.
As long as we don't take a team fight, I think.
Onward.
Yeah.
We march.
Let's go.
Now.
Can you give me at least 60 seconds heads up? It's not like a check what's it now! The Aegis has been claimed by Radiant.
As ordered.
40-minute runes are almost up.
Alright, let's get him.
Yo, they're here. Don't fight that. Oh god. Alright, I'm running over. Almost there. Oh boy.
We move.
I thought they would.
Did you just walk by that bounty
We
rune?
rush. We see.
Yeah, let's go.
Victoria coin.
Oh man.
Double damage.
Go push bottom. Go sneak it. If you have a TP. Wait, what? What the fuck was Slardar doing there?
Radiant structures are fortified.
A decoy. We agree. Yes.
See you later, Sharab.
We agree. Multiply. Into battle. There.
Did we take out the Aegis at least?
We will.
Or did we get nothing?
Good idea.
There. Hey, careful mid. Let Rubik. Oh shit.
We understand.
It's okay. Rubik can die. Oh fuck.
Beware.
Shit.
For victory. We rush.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
We move.
BKB out.
Oh my god. God, mute it!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Use your cheese, bud. Use your cheese, bud.
Bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Push mid.
Oh man, I needed my Mantis style to be off cooldown there. I went in like 2 seconds too early. That's the truth. Who wants dust? You want dust? Lich? Take this dust.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
My vengeance shall be left.
Okay, get back.
You wanna... I don't know, they don't have Monkey King. This is an opportunity.
Alright, the fake back.
There you go, guys. We can get top. Well, no. I don't know. Do you want to try to get top? I think we probably should. Careful, don't get top, guys. Come on, come up here. Don't get baited.
Come on, Coco, let's go.
Come on, guys. Don't get baited.
Come on, Coco.
Damn it. Come on, they had 2 dead. We should have been able to do something.
Oh, wait a minute. Monkey King's dead.
Oh. Oh.
What?
Alright. Well, let's regroup up top. Well, we don't have vision, actually. Careful, Pia. She's 4 up. Do we do something with Monkey King dead?
Arms for the dead.
What the fuck? Okay. Wait, Krieger.
Careful, guys.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Kunka, go top, dude.
Ah, boy.
I'm coming top.
Good idea.
Kunka's alone.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Come on, Kunka. Hey, let's go to bottom and get their shrine.
We will.
And then maybe Rosh will be up.
How's Roshan again?
Are we all together?
We move. Double damage. Yes. Chase this. We understand.
Get over here with your team.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
4633. Really, Roshan? Okay. Alright, Roshan.
We see. We see.
The range on this is so short, huh? That's up. Range, cast range? There's an eggs here. Who should get the eggs?
I have eggs already.
Alright.
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
Immortality. Without delay.
Do we have any smokes?
Push top? Yeah, we do. But they're gonna be turtling.
Yeah, we don't have to rush.
You're a trusty mate.
Fuck, I'm so slow.
We can push bottom. There's a courier.
Get those banner runes. I'm grabbing bottom banner runes. What does my eggs do? I don't even know. Doesn't it give you like some kind of illusion thingy? Oh, it's a bounce. It's like chain lightning.
Alright, let's group up now.
Yes.
Chain lightning, PL.
Yes. There. A good idea.
Yo, I might go in on this. Monkey King's top.
As ordered.
Yeah.
Where am I? Holy shit.
That sucked. Holy shit. Oh my god. You gotta fake them out with your illusions. Run one that's not you.
Decoy. We understand.
Bullseye.
Yep.
From cold death.
Wow, that was the worst.
Rise again.
So maybe we don't just jump in like that.
I debark once again.
I don't even know how to buy back, dude. You know what I should do? I should have like a hotkey. I should have a hotkey for all my illusions. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Johnny. Oh my god, why did I think about it now? Yeah, I should have done that.
Back so soon.
Oh, Chain Frost. Yeah, that's how I do it with my healing ward for Juggernaut. Yeah,
Don't go too hard. We're kind of waiting for our guys to. Right. We're just biding time. Try not to let our tower die. Right. We'd get fucked if we tried to really fight.
Well, do I need any more items? Maybe I get rid of the Vlads or something. Monkey King War? I don't know about that.
Stay together. Don't even be up there to D-War unless we're with you. At this point, we just need to all 5v together.
Yo, I'm coming. I have Abyssal.
Fuck yeah.
There we go. Look, the Abyssal paid off.
Alright, push bottom. Disruptors.
I still don't have buyback. In fact, it even got more expensive.
Invisibility.
Wait, Kunkka doesn't have boots. There's one up there. Oh shit. Can we get together, guys? We have 60 more seconds. Why are we not here?
Yeah, I don't think I get Satanic. I mean, do I really need 5,000 HP? I don't think so.
Come on, guys. What are we doing? They're wasting our time right now. They're trying to play you.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Holy shit. That Drow does a lot of damage.
Alright, get out.
Yeah, you should get out.
Get the fuck out. What are you doing?
He has BKB.
Okay, get out, everybody.
Yeah, you can, I think he'll survive. He can BKB TP.
Yeah, we need to get out though. Just hope no stuns.
Oh man, that Drow. I mean, yeah, the Drow. I need to do something about the Drow.
There's fortune.
Never mind, I'll get top.
What's Drow's name? Johnny?
Careful, guys. We're here
Still a
now.
gay name. It doesn't matter.
Turtle. We have 2 lanes
Almost
that
up.
are gonna push now. Just turtle.
He doesn't have BKB, guys.
Get back.
Kunkka's dead. Kunkka's dead.
Don't fight that.
Buyback 3-minute cooldown.
This tower go. Let it go. Don't lose more.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
No reason to be caught out like that. That was fucked. Kunkka.
Oh man, it's fucking.
Your top tower.
Yeah, I don't have buyback either.
Alright, buyback.
We will.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Yeah. Don't know why. Oh, Kunkka.
Like, they're splitting. Can we run at them?
Yeah, go. Get him.
We understand.
Oh, Drow? He might stay for that wave.
Yeah, run.
We agree. Invisibility.
Yo, I'm looking for a pick off mid.
Okay. There. Nice.
Fuck the drow anyways.
Yo, DD. Kunkka's coming behind. Let's do this. Do it. Do it, Kunkka, what the f. Okay. Alright, Kunkka's a bitch. That gets us here as kill.
This is Sparta!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking hell! Hey, Kunkka, buy back, okay? Hey, boots travel? Oh, you don't have boots travel? Okay, back. Back. It's fine. Don't be, dude. There's 4 up. Oh, buddy, I cannot save you from that.
We're not gonna get many opportunities without Monkey King alive.
We will. Onward. Simple.
Yo, your moon shard? Yeah, no, I'm still thinking about my next item.
We see them.
There, Mike Roche.
Roshan has fallen to the rate in your shrine.
Oh boy.
Best skin ever.
Good idea. Quickly.
I need buyback first of all, guys, so I'm not buying anything until I have buyback.
Forward.
How do I know which one's the strong PL? Here, I can hotkey this one. Hotkey that one.
They probably smoked, guys. Careful. Turtle. Turtle.
We march.
They're probably smoked.
Multiply. Yes.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Why are they not pushing right now?
As ordered.
Your top shrine is under attack.
As needed.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Dude, get out.
We see.
They don't have drow.
Easily.
Like this might be a good fight there.
Fight them then. They don't have drow.
Drow doesn't have boots of travel either.
Boots of travel. Go. Why are you guys not going?
Yes.
Thanks, Drow. Oh, that's great, dude. That's great. I'm coming. The detection? Don't let her shadow blade, okay? Yo! seriously, guys?
Don't TP back. Win the game. Win the game.
For victory.
Come on, Slaughter. Let's kill this drow.
What the fuck?
Attack! Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They cannot hide. Do it!
Yeah, win the game.
Just do it!
Win the game. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Stop hitting barracks.
Bottom barracks has fallen.
Right.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
And his name is John Cena!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, I don't even play PL. I don't play PL ever. Woo. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Whatever, I can commit everyone. Does anyone have any questions or comments? That was the last game of today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. But I will stay here and talk to you guys for a little bit. Everyone say GG Monkey King, but no one say GG PL. Well, they're just angry they lost that unranked game. 5 vs 1 game. Sometimes Mara's ult and disruptor glimpses. That's it. All game. Monkey nub. Drow AFK farming. Dude, that Drow going bottom by herself was game losing for them. This guy sounds pretty toxic. I have 37,000 net worth. Alright. Alright, does anyone give me some comments? Does anyone have any comments? It's okay. I don't mind being the unsung hero. Well, glad you're impressed, Snowpoop. Yeah, I mean, he's not that hard of a hero to play. He's a little hard, but just not super hard or anything like that. Thanks, JT. Hope you enjoyed your PL game that you requested. Is this my immortal cat? No, it is not, but it's around divine level, so I mean, what difference does it really make? Sounds good, Ashley. See you soon, bud. Thank you, Vineet. What? Oh, I see. I see the reference you made then. What item would you have bought for a PL, and is Nullifier good? You mean for my last item? I don't know, man. I don't know. Depends on the enemy's item. So I don't think they bought Monkey. Oh no, Monkey King bought Monkey King bar. I wouldn't have bought Butterfly. This guy's an eggs. So I don't think it would be BKB either. Might have been Scotty. I think it's Scotty. How many PL games do I have? Less than 30, I guess. Well, thank you, Johnny. Void Spirit release. I'm Ron Burgundy. Did I play StarCraft? Yeah. Yo, man, I needed to, speaking of micro, I really needed to hotkey those illusions way earlier. That would have been way better, because like you cast what's his W called? Doppelganger? Juxtapose? Doppelganger, and then yeah, you press the hotkey for the illusion, then you move that one first, you know, and then next illusion, then you move that one, and then you just point them in different directions. That would have been so smart. I wasn't sure hotkeys worked that way, but I was like, oh, there's got to be a better way than this, you know. But yeah, anyways, I'm in Masters League in StarCraft. Thanks, Bunny. Glad you enjoyed it, JT. How to make Monkey King pay for his staff. Sorry, I didn't get that reference. Thank you, baby. Tomorrow, same time. Yes. See you later, Blend. You too, Yosef. Marine splits. The staff is Monkey King bar. Ah, right. Okay, we play sound effect. Seems one of the doppelganger illusions is more tanky, yes. Hey, Scalekim, I just live stream. Although I do work a part-time job here and there. Sometimes I don't. Thank you for explaining it, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Glad you like the game. Oh, shit. Yeah, those guys are Chinese bitches, right, Cassandra? The brighter yellow one? They're different colors? Max, I'm good. How are you? Yeah. You know, John, I don't know about this World of Warcraft shit, because goddamn company. I don't like what they're doing. What work do? I live stream and I do some sales forecasting for a company as well as stocking. Does Monkey have Monkey King bar for his staff? I don't know. Is playing Dota all I do? No. I actually jerk off quite a bit too. I sleep and eat, cook, watch Netflix. You canceled your subscription the day you saw the news? You serious? Damn. There goes our fun time playing World of Warcraft together, Johnny. When am I gonna play at TI? I don't know. One day when I can hit at least 8K. That's okay, Devraj. Hey man, you gotta keep up with life, right? See you tomorrow, buddy. Good night, Vinit. Oh yeah, you jerk off too? Yeah, I jerk off too, bro. What is the most easiest hero in Dora? Dora the Explorer? Just joking, it's Wraith King. Play Wraith King. Right. Yeah, I don't know, Johnny. I still kind of want to play it, but I don't know. You're welcome, Stonefoo. Yeah, I didn't delete account. Deleting your account seems extreme because like I have spent hundreds of dollars on my games and stuff, right? It seems, yeah, kind of extreme. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I'm starving. It's almost 2 p.m. Haven't eaten any food today yet. Thank you, everyone, for watching the stream. I'll be back tomorrow around 8 a.m. Pacific time. So, see you then.